All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer coming up now to 8:42 p.m., the 4th of October, 2023. We have a bit of a situation developing for those of you in the western DFW Metroplex. We do have a severe thunderstorm, a very intense, dangerous severe thunderstorm located over Springtown down to Willow Park and Annetta. This thunderstorm is capable of producing at least golf ball size hail and 70 plus mile an hour winds. Aloft, this thing has an extremely potent hail core, but that hail core has not yet reached the surface in its full potential. Aloft, this thing probably has softball size hail cleaning about at 40,000 feet, but at the surface, all we've heard of so far are half dollars. Nevertheless, even if we don't get that full hail potential, boy, do we have a problem in the wind department. We are seeing straight line winds right now over Willow Park approaching 85 miles an hour. This would likely now be near Lido. Now, the issue is we are looking probably about 800 feet above the ground here. The radar beam is located over Crowley, north side of Burleson there at the airport. We're not looking very high up off the ground, which means this thing is probably putting down hurricane force straight line winds as it approaches the Interstate 2030 split in Aledo. This dangerous thunderstorm is moving east at a brisk 45 miles per hour, having the potential to produce hurricane force straight line winds and destructive hail. In combination, those two create destructive wind-driven hail, which is a high-level oopsie on the oopsie scale. So those of you in Fort Worth need to be preparing for the possibility of a damaging hailstorm, or at the least, damaging straight-line winds. So it would not be a bad idea to make sure your vehicles are parked under a sturdy shelter. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to make sure your vehicles aren't parked near any trees or large tree limbs that could fall on them. Likewise, we don't want you going outside and doing that when the storm hits, because that's just a good way to get hurt. And contrary to some of your beliefs, getting hurt is indeed worse than your car getting damaged, not the other way around. So, it would not be a bad idea for those of you in Benbrook, White Settlement, Lake Worth, Fort Worth, Crowley, Everman, Burleson, frankly, even Arlington, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, Heibergdorf, to get ready for what could be a damaging severe thunderstorm with wind-driven hail. Likewise, when this thunderstorm arrives at your location, we're going to want you to be away from west-facing windows. This storm does have the potential to break windows, especially west-north-facing windows, so we don't want you near those. Would not be a bad idea for those of you in Tarrant County to seek shelter as this thunderstorm rolls on in. Now, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to make sure we're live on everything we need to be live on. And I believe we are. So it is 8:46 now, the 4th of October, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer monitoring a dangerous severe thunderstorm moving into Tarrant County from Parker County, showing hurricane force straight line winds, the potential for golf ball size hail. Winds now approaching 80 to 85 miles an hour from Annetta, Willow Park to Aledo, just west of the Interstate 2030 split. This thunderstorm is also showing very significant indications of a destructive hail core aloft. Let me turn on a different product here real quick. Let me see if I can get that to pop up here. I may, I might, I could, I should, maybe I will. And again, for what it's worth, we could have quarter to golf ball size hail in this, being driven by 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. That is a high level ouchies on the ouchies scale. So definitely if you're in Fort Worth, Benbrook, Forest Hill, Everman, Crowley, Burleson, maybe, Arlington, you want to get your vehicles into a safe place because this storm is rolling east at 45 miles an hour, and boy, is it throwing a temper tantrum. Now, let's take a look at the statewide view real quick. We do not have any tornado warnings. We've not had any tornado warnings today, and we're probably not going to have tornado warnings tonight. The overall tornado threat is very, very low. It is not completely zero, but it's on the low side. We're dealing with damaging winds, wind-driven hail, and eventually we're going to be dealing with heavy rain that could cause some flooding. Here's what it looks like across the state right now. You can see line of storms has set up shop roughly from New Boston over to Paris to McKinney down to Aledo, all the way back southwest along the leading edge of an outflow boundary, almost to Morgan Hill, back towards Coleman. We've still got storms ongoing northwest of that. We've still got a few showers and storms in southwest Texas that are in the process of weakening. We're going to see more storms tonight into tomorrow morning across parts of the Big Country, the Concho Valley, moving down into the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas by tomorrow, as Crashy the cold front moves its happy self south and we finally get to enjoy fall. At this point, we are not enjoying fall. We are dealing with angry supercell that is being very unhappy and trying to knock out windows. That does not equal happy fall. That equals angry, sad times. So here's the high-res radar. You can see this dangerous-looking storm. Now, here, let me tell you why, first off, I'm not super concerned about a tornado threat right now. And you might be wondering why I'm saying that when literally we have that little hook echo north of Willow Park. You see this? This is an outflow boundary. Behind this outflow boundary, we have a near-surface stable layer. And that really reduces the threat of a tornado. That being said, that does nothing to reduce the threat for damaging hail, and the straight-line wind threat continues. It's able to push through that stable layer. So we're still getting destructive straight-line winds. We're still getting the potential for large hail with this thunderstorm. And again, this is a thunderstorm moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Let me make sure. That is now located near Aledo to just west of Azle, to Annetta, and again. So, with that being said, let me put a tracker on this, and we'll try to get y'all some timing on here. And again, this storm could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail being driven by 60 to 75 mile an hour winds. Storm has an attitude. A lot of wind, a lot of hail, a ridiculous amount of lightning, and very heavy rainfall. So, if this continues, present course, downtown Fort Worth, 9:05 to 9:10, Benbrook, 9 o'clock, Forest Hill, about 9:10, City of Arlington, let's say Six Flags, the Ballpark, Jerry World, about 9:25 to 9:30, Pantego, about 9:20, Mansfield, about 9:25, south side of DFW International Airport by 9:30, 360 at 183 about 9:25 to 9:30. North Richland Hills about 9:15. 35W at 8:20. North Loop about 9:10. South Loop, same timing. Joe Pool Lake about 9:30. Mountain Creek Lake, Dallas Baptist University about 9:35. And again, we've got other storms that are producing heavy rain, lightning, etc. This one is the most intense by far, and is capable of producing nasty hail. I'm going to turn my gain up a little bit. Let me know how that is, Jason. Again, looking at the how hard the winds are blowing mode, that's what this is. That's the Doppler portion of radar. We're seeing winds of 75 to 85 miles an hour, about 800 feet above the surface. What does that translate to down at the surface? Probably 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. We haven't heard any damaging wind reports yet. Keep in mind, most of the wind damage reports are going to come after the fact. We don't want folks going outside and, telling us, hey, there's a tree limb down 10 seconds after the tree limb comes flying off the tree and while there's still hurricane force winds. Nevertheless, over the next 5 to 10 minutes, the highest threat for hurricane force winds will be in Benbrook, Westover Hills, the west side of Fort Worth, rolling east, pretty much right down Interstate 30 and Interstate 20 towards downtown Fort Worth, all the way down Interstate 20 to 35W towards Benbrook and Everman. And again, these are the kind of winds that are capable of knocking down power lines, knocking down fences, knocking some shingles off your roof, causing all sorts of mayhem. And there is certainly the potential it is going to be accompanied by quarter to ping pong ball wind-driven hail. And keep in mind, quarter-size hail being driven by 60, 80 mile an hour winds, that is going to hurt. That will break windows, especially west-facing windows, so we want folks to be in a safe place. We've got live streaming video from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is in Fort Worth, I believe. he's probably on 35W, moving to intercept this storm. You can watch Jason's live feed on our YouTube channel or on the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app under the video section. He's got audio going, and we'll be tuning into him as needed, so we're able to keep an eye on what is going on with him. In fact, we'll just switch to his scene really quick. What I'm going to do, make sure he has his audio going here. So you can hear his audio, you can hear me. We'll keep an eye on Jason as he continues to move to the south. And again, now that I'm back on my main scene, we're going to have to see if the audio from his stream is going to overlap with mine on this scene. And I'm going to pull up the stream real quick and we'll check. Grab my headphones real quick. Okay, I can't hear him, but his feed's also frozen for a second, so latency's not bad. So, yeah, Jason's got a data hiccup when his feed starts playing again. I'm making sure y'all aren't going to get double blasted with audio unintentionally here. So, we're here for a dangerous thunderstorm located from near Azle to the I-20-30 split in West Fort Worth, moving east towards Benbrook, downtown Fort Worth, and Saginaw. This thunderstorm is capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure, because I can hear that, so give me just a second. I can fix that really quick on my side. All right, yeah, we're good. Sorry, I've literally got 5 different videos playing right now. For those of you who have never seen The Office, which is most of you, because I've never really done a video, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 monitors on right now, 8 of which are hooked up to this one PC. So I was just monitoring Mr. Jason Cooley's stream. So again, this storm coming in to Tarrant County has knocked out power in parts of Parker County. We've got reports of wind damage. We've got reports of up to golf ball size hail, and you can see a prolifically mad hail core showing up now on Interstate 30, just east of the 30-20 split. I'm so used to saying the Interstate 10-20 split for Pecos in far west Texas. This storm capable of producing 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, the potential for quarter to ping pong to golf ball size hail. Moving east at 45 miles an hour. Those of you in Benbrook, West Fort Worth, Westover Hills, Westworth, River Oaks, should be taking severe weather safety precautions, especially those of you in Benbrook. It would not be a bad idea for you to treat this as a tornado warning, and the element that this could be breaking windows. This could be causing quite a bit of damage in regards to windows being broken and wind-driven hail. Sorry, I'm just setting myself up here. I'm going to close that out. I'm going to open this up. I'm making sure I've got chats open. My apologies. Here we go. So again, those of you in Benbrook, Southwest Fort Worth, West Fort Worth, destructive storm capable of producing winds of 65 to 80 miles an hour, the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail being driven by those west winds of 70, 80 miles an hour, meaning the potential for destructive straight line winds and wind driven hail. Back to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see the hail core of doom showing up here on the radar. You can see on the radar scale up here, it is pretty much as high as it gets. And that means we got problems galore in the wind driven hail department. In fact, Alex Bartholomew, I believe, lives in this general vicinity, so he's about to find out real quick just how big the hail is, and hopefully he's got his truck under something sturdy because, well, he's going to be a pretty sad boy if he doesn't. In other news, storm continues moving east, 45 miles an hour, now approaching West Loop 820 from Lake Worth to White Settlement to Benbrook. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Golf balls, if we're being over exuberant, the potential for damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 to 80 miles an hour. Now, you might be asking, why is there not a tornado warning with this, even though some automated radar algorithms are spitting out tornado vortex signature indications, TVS. Well, here, I'll show you. You see this boundary? extends a few hundred feet above the surface. This is an outflow boundary. This storm is behind that outflow boundary, meaning we are not overly concerned with any sort of super organized low-level rotation. This drastically reduces the probability of tornado genesis with storms behind the outflow boundary. That being said, that does nothing to stabilize the atmosphere aloft, which is why we've got the supercell putting down big hail, and there's enough downward momentum that we're still able to get, 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds translated down to the surface, even through a few hundred feet of more stable air from the surface up. That near surface stable layer generally nixes the tornado possibilities, but does not eliminate the damaging straight line wind possibilities for sure. All right, I'm going to actually, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to make sure I'm going to actually keep Jason Cooley's audio on in my headset here. So, there we go. I apologize for the gaming headset, but alas, it's life. Yeah. All right, so I've got this on. Jason, I'll be watching for your voice messages. I'm going to keep your feed muted in my headset for now, just so I don't hear myself and all that. So again, damaging straight line winds. Now entering the city of Benbrook, we could see 60, 70 mile an hour winds at least, perhaps higher. The possibility of wind-driven hail. Now, the hail could be anywhere from the size of a dime, a nickel, maybe, a quarter. If it becomes over-ambitious, the hail itself could be closer to ping pongs, maybe even golf balls. Aloft, this thing has big-time hail, but that super big hail is not yet translated down to the surface. What we are seeing, though, is a relatively nasty surge of straight-line winds from this thunderstorm. This radar scan is about 3 minutes old now, and you can see the latest one just came in. We'll switch back over to the, we'll let that velocity data update, but you can see hail core now, Lakeside, Interstate 30 and West Loop 820 down to 820 and the 20 split in Southwest Fort Worth. Moving east, we'll get a velocity scan update here in just a second. That'll give us an idea of just how bad the straight line winds are in Benbrook. Now, something to realize here as the radar beam gets, well, let me rephrase this into a way that makes sense. As the storm moves closer to Burleson and where this radar is located, the radar beam is going to get lower and lower, which means the wind data is probably going to look less and less intense because we're looking closer to the surface. Generally speaking, closer to the ground, lower the wind speeds. Vice versa, higher up in a storm, less friction, more wind. That being said, we are still seeing a considerable amount of straight-line winds in Benbrook right now, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour with this thunderstorm. We're also seeing a pocket of winds closer to 60 miles an hour across Lakeside. Now, real quick, we're going to zoom back out. I want, real quick look. This is the only severe thunderstorm we're in the state of Texas right now. Probably not going to be the last, mind you, but for now, only severe storm. I realize we've got storms galore. I'll turn the regional radar on. We've got storms from Texarkana all the way down to Ozana. Only severe storm we're dealing with right now is this one in Tarrant County. Others shooting off a bunch of lightning, gusty winds, small hail, very heavy rain. Yes, it's going to rain. If you're wanting to know about storms in your area, best thing I can advise, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You've got 2 interactive weather radars, radar button on the bottom, or click on More, Zoom Radar, Second Radar. That's the one on our website, which you can also visit. You guessed it, on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Otherwise, the only severe storm we're dealing with right now just so happens to be a one entering a very populated area in West Fort Worth. This thunderstorm capable of putting down nickel to quarter to ping pong ball size hail now, entering White Settlement, Lake Worth, Benbrook, moving east at 45 miles an hour. That means it's going to be over I-35W here in the next 5 minutes from Crowley, Burleson, all the way up through downtown Fort Worth up to North Loop 820. As this thunderstorm continues to move east at 45 miles an hour, it'll then be paying places like Rendon, Kennedale, Pantego, Bergdorf, Dalworthington Gardens, Arlington, and eventually Grand Prairie a visit within the next 15 to 20 minutes. And again, this thunderstorm capable of producing 60 to 70 plus mile an hour winds, the potential for nickel to ping pong ball size hail. And again, very heavy rain is occurring with this, which will cause street flooding and the potential for flash flooding. It's going to keep raining behind this storm, mind you, so the rain's going to keep on going for a while. And this is the only severe thunderstorm in the state of Texas we're dealing with right now. But we're here because it could be a relatively high-impact ouchies. So, with that being said, switch back over to the How Hard It's Raining mode. We've got meteorologist and storm chaser Jason Cooley. Hey, look, you can actually see me now. He is in Fort Worth, moving to intercept this storm. I'll take the headset back off for now since I'm not listening to anything. And what Jason's doing is we'll be able to see what's going on his stream here shortly. You can watch his stream full-time, by the way, with his audio, Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, and on the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. Now, while we're here for a minute, let's actually pop some new data on. Let's take a look at what we're expecting for the rest of the night. To do that, I'm going to change the upper third real quick. We're going to take a look at the super duper awesome, blossom, but usually garbage, high resolution rapid refresh model. Remember, we're going to, if models don't know what's going on right now, they probably aren't going to have a good idea of what's going on later. So now that it is 9 o'clock or 2 Zulu, we're going to look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model for 9 o'clock just to see what it has going on. Now, this model is way too far west with the convection here. You can see it has nothing in DFW per se. Let me see if the NAM is out. It's not. So the HER's running too slow with data. Here's 10 o'clock. Better guess of what's going on. We're going to pop forward, and I just want this as a timeline of what may happen tonight. Now, this model's running too slow, so what it shows at midnight could be closer to 10:30 p.m. 2 a.m., and at this point, I'm just showing you this so you can get an idea of what may happen tonight. Understand this line of storms is moving more quickly than what this model seems to think, so things may occur sooner. But line of storms all the way from the Arklatex back into the hill country late tonight, tomorrow morning. Notice by 4 a.m., it's got a line of storms moving into central Texas, the Brazos Valley, the Piney Woods of East Texas. It's also firing up a couple of interesting-looking supercellular-type storms out ahead of the line in southeast Texas. That would be a bit of a problem in the spinny, doom tornado threat zone area. We'll see if that actually happens, but if it does, we're going to have to monitor for that. 6 a.m., you can see line of storms pushing south, the Piney Woods of East Texas, back through the Brazos Valley into south-central Texas, the coastal plains, with a couple of supercellular-looking storms out ahead of the line in southeast Texas. Some of these storms still may be severe at this point. And then here's 8 a.m., you can see storms San Antonio to Houston. Here is 10 a.m. You can see storms moving south. Here's noon, moving into South Texas. Behind that, still some scattered showers, but nothing severe across North Texas as much cooler air filters into the region. We'll take a look now at what's going on across the state. Let me turn off satellite data, or at least change it to night mode. And we'll turn the radar on so you can see what's going on. You can see here we have a plethora of flash flood warnings. And a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for portions of... I don't know why this window's way over there, but I wish it wouldn't. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hunt, Hopkins, Rains, and Delta County in eastern North Texas, from near Wolf City to Commerce to Campbell to Greenville, just north of Cache. Severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds moving east at 30 miles per hour, generally towards Emory, East Tawakoni, Sulphur Springs, Cumbie, Lone Oak, Commerce, Cooper, Tira. And again, our mean angry storm back here in Tarrant County. Let's switch back to the super duper awesome blossom. I can make up marketing terms in the middle of my head too. Resolution weather radar. Now, we've got a flash flood warning just issued for the northern half of Dallas County and the Rockwall County. Like I said, these storms moving through the Metroplex are probably going to cause a lot of street flooding here in a hurry, and that's already happening. Here in Tarrant County, we've got a line of severe thunderstorm. Could have 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds approaching Crowley from Benbrook, approaching Evermond, West Fort Worth, Sansom Park. Storm moving east at about 45 miles an hour, capable of producing nickel to half-dollar size hail. Getting several reports now of quarter to, at times, ping-pong ball size hail in White Settlement, which makes sense based off the how hard it's raining mode. Storm moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So those of you in downtown Fort Worth, Everman, Forest Hill, you're going to be under the gun the next 5 minutes as this thunderstorm continues moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Radar scan we're looking at right now is about 4 minutes old. The Weather Service doesn't have this on any faster, what we call sales mode, so we're not getting any more rapid updating scans. It's kind of unusual, but hey, whatever, floats their happy boat. Jason's set up there in Fort Worth awaiting the hail. Again, he's going to get a view here of the hail shortly. Hopefully the wind's not strong enough to tip that gas station onto him, although you've got to admit, that'd be a pretty interesting video shot. Just got a report off our Instagram account of golf ball size hail in far west Fort Worth. We thank you for that report. So again, it is about to hail in Fort Worth, or it already is. If you're in West Fort Worth, it's already hailing. If you're in Central and Eastern Fort Worth, it's about to hail. Could be quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Not going to be fun. And these storms moving east at about 45 miles an hour. And again, you can also see we have additional storms extending further northeast across south side of DFW International Airport over to Irving, Highland Park, North Dallas, Garland, Rockwall. And those storms could have small hail, strong winds, very heavy rainfall that has the potential of producing flash flooding. Again, we're keeping an eye on reports here. Thank you to all in the chat rooms, sending us notes on social media with any reports you may have, only when it's safe to do so, please. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually put this in a loop for y'all so you can see what's going on. And open my energy drink because I'm going to need it. Quarter to golf ball size hail being reported in West Fort Worth. Strong winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour as well, most likely. In Benbrook to southwest Fort Worth, moving east towards Forest Hill and Crowley. Flash flooding also a possibility. We already have a flash flood warning in effect for northern half of Dallas County. Irving, Carrollton, Dallas, University Park, Highland Village, Richardson, Rowlett, Sachse, Sunnyvale, Balk Springs, Mesquite. And we'll probably have a flash flood warning for Tarrant County soon. As you can see, we've still got plenty of rain moving in behind this storm. You can see Jason Cooley's live shot. He's getting hit by strong outflow winds now. We'll see and await the hail. We are not dealing with tornadoes. We are dealing with hail, wind-driven hail, strong winds, a redunculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, and heavy rainfall. And again, we're live streaming on the TSC mobile app. We're live streaming on a plethora of social media sites. I'm going to make sure this actually did get sent to our website and mobile app. You can see someone playing soccer. Oh, let me tell you, folks, Whoever's playing soccer, I'm glad you're having a good night. But if you don't go inside, you're going to have hail hitting you on the head. And trust me, that's not going to be pleasant. But glad y'all are enjoying the night, the rain-cooled breeze ahead of the storm. Seeing some pretty strong winds. Setting up shop now in portions of West Fort Worth, River Oaks, Westworth, north side of Benbrook. As this little segment of the storm hits the radar site near Crowley, we're going to see a temporary reduction in what the radar shows wind-wise there. But again, don't be shocked if there's some strong winds still in places like Benbrook to Burleson. Northwest side of Fort Worth, we're seeing quarter to golf ball size hail and winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Storm moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. This severe thunderstorm warning does include Tarrant County, western and southwestern Denton County, northern portions of Ellis and Johnson counties. At 9:12 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located along a line from Saginaw to Edgecliff Village to Crowley, moving east at 35 miles an hour. And again, if you were in downtown Fort Worth or the north side of Fort Worth, you are likely receiving 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Nasty hail core right now showing up on Interstate 20 near Edgecliff Village. I just visited Alex, who is in the vicinity of I-20 and Chisholm Trail Parkway. Rip truck. Rip his 4-day weekend. He works at Encore, so whenever something like this happens, everybody gets to go to work, including Alex. So Alex is probably mad. His 4-day weekend is going to be interrupted, but sorry, Alex. Hope you have a happy birthday. Anyway, hail core now approaching 35W and Interstate 20 on the south side of Fort Worth, moving into Everman, Forest Hill, and Kennedale over the next several minutes. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Same thing goes all the way up into downtown Fort Worth and River Oaks, Haltom City. Real quick, we're going to pop on over, take a look at meteorologist Jason Cooley's live feed. We'll see if he's got anything going on. Again, Jason's located in Fort Worth. If everything's going to plan, you should be able to hear the audio right now. I don't see any super big hailstones falling just yet, but we're going to be keeping an eye out for it for sure. And again, he's streaming live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app under the video tab and the website. All right, Alex Bartholomew near Interstate 20 and Chisholm Trail Parkway reporting power flashes. That could be caused by strong winds, knocking stuff into power lines. You can see strong winds and meteorologist Jason Cooley's shot. He is in Fort Worth proper. Hail core staying mostly south of the North Loop at this point. Just rain up by 35W in the 287 split all the way up to Texas Motor Speedway. Just a lot of rain across parts of, well, pretty much if you're from Gainesville, forget Gainesville, Pauls Valley, Oklahoma to Gainesville to Denton to Jacksboro to Wichita Falls, it's raining. No hail with that. We've got hail with this thunderstorm from near downtown Fort Worth down to Crowley, Burleson. Storm moving east at 35 miles an hour. Seeing a pretty good wind signature now in Crowley, Everman. Seeing a pretty good wind signature now just northwest of downtown Fort Worth, up 199. Head back over to Jason's stream real quick. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail. A lot of wind where Jason's located in Fort Worth. Dime-size hail. Reporting at this point. And again, meteorologist Jason Cooley is located in downtown Fort Worth. Or near downtown Fort Worth, I should say. I'll actually turn down a little bit so you can actually hear me. So heavy rain, dime-size hail, strong winds located in proximity of meteorologist Jason Cooley. We'll go back to that. So again, the potential for quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour with this thunderstorm located from downtown Fort Worth to Burleson, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. We have a flash flood warning and strong storms, but not as strong as the Fort Worth storm. From near Irving and Carrollton over to Garland, Rockwall to Greenville. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Delta, Hopkins, Hunt, and Rains counties here in eastern North Texas. This complex of storms could have dime to quarter size hail, maybe some wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. I think the biggest issue is going to be heavy rainfall that causes some flash flooding, especially on roadways. You can see we've got some hail bouncing off Jason Cooley's live stream. We'll go back to that full screen. You can see he's got some dime-sized hail, maybe becoming a little larger now. So you can see the hail bouncing there. And again, imagine that hail being driven by 50, 60, 70 mile an hour west winds. That certainly would cause a problem. So again, storms from Cooper, Commerce, Greenville to Royce City, moving towards Sulphur Springs, Emory, Tira. Could have winds 60 miles an hour, maybe some dime to quarter size hail. Heavy storms from Love Field, Irving, up through University Park, Richardson, Garland. Those are generally progressing off to the east-southeast with small hail, strong winds, very heavy rainfall that could cause flooding. We've got a severe storm located over downtown Fort Worth with the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds there in downtown Fort Worth. Otherwise, the potential for dime to quarter size hail extending from downtown Fort Worth to Everman, Burleson, Briar Oaks, moving east towards Mansfield, Rendon, Forest Hill, Pantego, Arlington, Mansfield, moving at about 35 miles an hour. Now, what I'm going to do real quick is we're going to switch to a radar near Dyess Air Force Base. This lets us see just how strong aloft this storm near Fort Worth is, because the storm in Fort Worth is right over the radar. Sometime that results in some beam attenuation and doesn't give us the best idea of what's going on aloft. Yeah, we get a good look at what's going on near the surface, but not necessarily what is going on, say, 20,000 feet above, where hail production occurs. So, aloft, this storm continues to show a very potent hail core over Fort Worth, meaning the storm's not weakening. The storm may look a little weaker, right, because it's on the radar, but it is not. This storm remains quite strong and capable of producing quarter to half dollar size hail, the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Back over to Jason, you can see he's just getting clobbered by hail and rain right now. Outdoor warning sirens may be sounding for those of you in portions of Tarrant County. That's going to be for strong winds. There are no tornado warnings. We do have a flash flood warning in effect now for Tarrant County, northern Dallas County. And this storm, these storms moving east, east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Blurry map. A lot of people saying blurry map. Now that's very interesting to me. Let me look, because I'm streaming at a very high bit rate, and I'm not showing any sort of blurry map. But let me pull up YouTube and make sure we're not having any issues. We're doing okay. Yeah, the map is a little blurry for some reason. I will admit that. Let me see what's going on here. But okay, so those of you who may be having a blurry map, make sure your bit rates are high enough. It might be the bit rate on y'all's streams. Remember, we're streaming out at almost 4K. Not technically 4K right now, but I probably could be. If your bit rate lowers on your viewing device, that's going to cause blurring. But again, we've got flash flood warning, Tarrant County, northern Dallas County. The storm in Tarrant County from downtown Fort Worth down to Everman, Forest Hills has winds 60 to 70 miles an hour, at times quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Very heavy rainfall that will cause flooding. We're going to see flooding occur pretty easily with this. I'm going to try to get the radar to load again. I'm going to just load a loop over the last half hour so y'all can see what's going on. Again, here's a regional view. You can see over the last, I'll bump it up to an hour, you can see line of storms. Most storms behaving themselves. Some have hail and wind. No tornadoes, no baseballs. Some storms with 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Some quarter-size hail, very heavy rain that will cause flash flooding issues. Those are those blue boxes popping up. You can see from near Cross Plains, just northwest of Stephenville, Fort Worth, north side of Dallas, over to Rockwall, all the way up Interstate 30 through Greenville to just west of Sulphur Springs now. Line of storms moving southeast. Looks like Jason's getting clobbered right now by a microburst. Yeah, you can see those winds as he zooms in. Check out that. It's windy. Rain currents flying past the street lamps there. I don't know why sirens would be going off in Rockwall. They shouldn't be. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning for Rockwall. But again, the best advice I can give folks is if you're wondering about what's going on in your local area, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got 2 interactive weather radars in there. One, click the radar tab on the bottom bar. Second is you click more there on that bottom bar. Click on Zoom Radar, and that is the second radar. You can also get your local weather forecast pretty much down to your neighborhood. We've got live severe weather coverage. This live storm chasing video from meteorologist Jason Cooley lets you do pretty much everything you need and to be self-sufficient. Remember, we're going to talk about the most intense storms. If we're not talking about your storms, that's probably a good thing. That being said, all of these storms tonight producing very heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, probably going to have flooding issues, gusty winds, maybe some hail. But so far, most storms are behaving, which is what we want to see, that at least in the hail, wind, tornado department. All these producing heavy rainfall that could cause some flooding. All right, let's go back to the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing terms just like someone on TV too. And this is going to be the how hard the wind's blowing mode. Now, something to keep in mind is with this storm right over the radar, we're not necessarily getting a super good look at the intensity of the storms. We just had a 76 mile per hour wind gust measured at the Fort Worth Naval Air Station back at 9:11 p.m. So that verifies those strong winds we were seeing over northwest Fort Worth. We had, again, a 76 mile per hour wind gust measured at the Naval Air Station there in northwest Fort Worth, which is near River Oaks White Settlement. We told you there were some strong winds there a bit earlier. If you didn't believe us, there's the verification. Baldy-in-Chief for the win. Still seeing some strong winds now across Everman, Burleson Airport there, measuring a northwest wind gust of 54 miles an hour, right where this radar hole of doom is located, just west of the Rendon label. Could be seeing 50 to 60 to 70 mile an hour winds all the way up into downtown Fort Worth. Taking a full screen look at meteorologist Jason Cooley's stream, you can see he's getting blasted by wind moving from left to right. You can see that semi-truck there slowing down. He's having fun with the camera angles, giving all a seizure at the moment. That's unfortunate. You can see it's pouring rain. That's going to cause flash flooding pretty quickly, which is why we have a flash flood warning in effect for Tarrant County into Dallas County and Rockwall County with these thunderstorms moving in. And again, rain's going to keep on going for a while. So, line of storms extending from Cooper to Commerce to Greenville to Royce City, Heath, Mesquite, north side of Dallas County, Arlington, back southwest of Burleson, Joshua, Godley. More storms ongoing across portions of Parker, Palo Pinto, Hood, and Erath counties. Moving to the southeast now Well, the line itself is moving southeast at about 30. Individual storms still moving a bit to the east-northeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. But again, heavy rainfall and localized flooding are going to be the main issues tonight. Some of these storms are going to be producing damaging winds over 65 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for hail at times in the pocket change size region. For those of you who aren't as old as me, that means dimes, nickels, quarters, or if you would prefer something actually measured about 3/4 of an inch all the way up to 1 inch, size of a quarter, up to $half, which is 1.25 inches in diameter. A ping pong ball is 1.5 inches in diameter. That's probably the high range of what we'll see in the hail department tonight. And then I'll just keep listing examples of hail sizes compared to objects. Not that we should see hail this big tonight, but golf ball size hail is 1 3/4 inches in diameter. A hen egg, because that makes sense, 2 inches in diameter. A tennis ball is 2.5 inches in diameter. A baseball is 2 3/4 inches in diameter. A apple is about 3 inches in diameter. I guess it depends on the apple, but yeah, we'll just use that. Softball to grapefruit is about 4 to 4.5 inches in diameter. And for what it's worth, if you ever have to measure hail this large, I'm sorry, but a DVD or a Blu-ray, for those of you who, again, are as old as me, 5 inches in diameter. I don't know what a VCR tape measures, but, well, hopefully you never have to measure something that big either. Again, outdoor warning sirens going off all over the place in the Metroplex for damaging winds. There are no tornadoes. We have pocket change size hail, maybe up to the size of quarters at this point. We're dealing with wind of 60 to 75 miles per hour. The sirens will be sounded for winds over 70 miles an hour, which is why sirens are generally being sounded at this point. Remember, outdoor warning sirens are meant to warn folks outdoors. They'll be sounded for hail, generally larger than ping pong, the golf balls. They'll be sounded for 70-mile-an-hour winds or higher. They'll be sounded for tornadoes. So they're sounded for more than just tornadoes across the Metroplex. Usually for big hail or 70-plus mile-an-hour straight-line winds. We had a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at the Naval Air Station in northwest Fort Worth at 9:11 p.m., and that is why we have the sirens going off. Again, there's that label there, 76-mile-an-hour wind gust measured by the Automated Weather Observation Station at the Fort Worth Naval Air Station at 9:11 p.m. Automated Weather Observation. Anyone who's ever called into an automated weather observation station knows the exact tone I was just using. You can see Jason's driving around Fort Worth. It is pouring rain like cats and dogs right now. It is windy. It is rainy. It is not a good time to be driving across the Metroplex right now. So again, that is what we have going on in the rain, heavy wind, hail department. We're going to switch radars real quick because with the storm right over the Fort Worth radar, we're not necessarily getting a super good view of the hail core aloft. You can see with this storm, we're still seeing a healthy hail core aloft over Forest Hill to Mansfield. This storm may be progressing more to the southeast now versus due east, which means the worst, at least in terms of quarter-size hail, maybe some 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, could be located from Arlington down 360 to Mansfield in the next 10 minutes, with this thunderstorm moving east-southeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. Now, I want to emphasize, we're not dealing with tornadoes. We're not dealing with baseball-size hail. We're dealing with storms, heavy rainfall that will cause flooding. It is not going to be a fun time to be out on roads in the Metroplex the next few hours. Please do not drive into floodwaters. The potential for some storms to produce nickel, dime. How about this? Penny, dime, dime, penny, nickel. There we go, dyslexic Davis. Quarter, $half size hail, about 1 inch in diameter. Wind gusts at times could be 50 to 60 to even over 70 miles an hour. The 70-plus mile-an-hour wind is why sirens are going off in parts of the Metroplex. Remember, outdoor warning sirens go off to warn those outdoors, and those will go off if winds get over 70 miles an hour. We deal with big, giant hail. It's the wind in this case, or a tornado warning. We do not have a tornado warning. I do not expect there to be a tornado warning with this activity in North Texas this evening. Capable of producing dime to quarter-size hail, winds 60 to, at times, 75 miles an hour. We have other severe storms for what it's worth. Let me turn off the radar here. I'll switch to the regional radar, which will take the data and combine it into one. Line of storms: Clarksville, Bogota, Cooper, Greenville, Roy City, Quinlan, Garland, north side of Dallas, downtown Fort Worth to Burleson, about to enter Arlington to Mansfield, all the way back southwest down 377 towards Granbury, Stephenville. To a lesser extent, we have some storms firing up in the big country. Now, let me turn a radar loop on here, and I'll let y'all see what we have going on. Most of these storms are not severe, by the way. I want to emphasize that. Yes, they are loud and proud. They are shooting lightning out like the Dickens. They are going to make thunder. They're going to try to make you think the world is ending. But no, they are just angry storms associated with Crashy the fall cold front. I promise you, if you were a fall weather fan, you are going to be happier than a lottery winner come Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. By Sunday, if you were in Amarillo, you're going to be happy. If you are in McAllen to Brownsville and are a fall weather fan, you're going to be happy. Highs Saturday and Sunday in the entire state of Texas. 60s, 70s, maybe right around 80 in deep South Texas. Lows, 30s, 40s, and 50s. It is going to feel like fall. It's going to feel like late October for some. Northern half of Texas, we're going to have a wind chill Friday night and Saturday morning. It is going to be cold. And it is going to be glorious. But we got to get through these storms first. And frankly, we need the storms. We need the rain. We are in drought. We need rain. We do not need spinny, doom. We do not need hurricane force winds. We do not need the hail. We need the rain. So if it is raining where you are and you're not getting hit by hail or wind, you better be happy about it, because a lot of folks want to be in your place right now. So here's a look over the last hour, and again, we got flash flood warnings in the DFW Metroplex. If you don't have to drive right now, I would strongly advise against it. Please don't drive into flood waters. We don't need folks drowning tonight or totaling out their vehicles. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorms from the Metroplex into northeast Texas. Line of storms themselves moving to the east, southeast at 30 to 45 miles an hour. Nickel to quarter-size hail in the most intense cores. Winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. Mansfield issues. All right, well, let's take a closer look. Meteorologist Jason Cooley was just telling me to take a look at Mansfield, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So let's zoom in on the high-res radar. Hey, high-res radar, I know you hate me, but you're going to load or I'm going to headbutt you and make goat noises. Yeah, what Jason's looking at right here, that is interesting. Now, when I said this storm was behind the outflow boundary and I wasn't worried about tornadoes, I meant it. But an issue is this storm may have just ate the outflow boundary. And what Jason's looking at is this feature right there. Now, whether or not that is an attempt at a weak spin-up tornado or just what we call a rear flank downdraft is somewhat irrelevant at this point. What we are dealing with is a surge of very strong winds now on the south side of Mansfield approaching 80 miles an hour. That could be what we just call rear flank downdraft, or it might be a very weak tornado spinning up. You might be able to tell I'm not overly concerned about it being straight line wind or tornado, the difference, because either way, it's wind. Whether or not it's a baby spinny, doom, or straight line winds is irrelevant. 80 mile an hour wind is 80 mile an hour wind, and it's going to ruin your day if it hits you and knocks your fence over or takes shingles off your roof. This is moving down 287 towards the city of Midlothian. So those of you just on the south side of Mansfield, east of Lillian, pretty much right near 360 and 287, moving down 287 towards Venus and Midlothian, the potential for enhanced damaging straight line wind threat, maybe a spin-up tornado. Either way, it's unhappy, and it's moving southeast towards Venus and Midlothian. And the latest radar scan coming in now will show that is actually more of a hook signature there, so that might actually be a legitimate low-level circulation that has spun up on the leading edge of this outflow boundary. We'll see what the latest velocity scan shows in just a second. And honestly, there may be a spin-up tornado at 287 and 360. If you excuse me just 1 second, I'm going to yell at someone. Sorry, every time something like this happens, I have to yell at my roommate and blame him. We blame Steven. But again, yeah. So, those of you in the Metroplex, it's raining, it's windy. However, we certainly do at this point now have the potential for what could be a spin-up tornado located very near 287 and 360 here in southeast Mansfield, moving down 287 towards the city of Midlothian. I don't think this is what we would consider, a big-time tornado or a long-lived tornado. Regardless, even if there's not a spin-up tornado there is the potential for damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. But again, at this point, certainly can't rule out a spin-up tornado at 287 and 360 in far northwest Ellis County, far eastern Johnson County, moving southeast down 287 towards the city of Midlothian. So we'll see if the Weather Service elects to just leave the severe thunderstorm warning in place or put a tornado warning out. But at this point, it would appear this storm was able to ingest that outflow boundary, helping it to increase low-level spin and very well could be a spin-up circulation, maybe a spin-up tornado here. Now, I would not be shocked at all if this is completely gone by the next radar scan we get in. Weather Service could enable a mode on the next rad out of Fort Worth called Sails, which allows the radar to scan the lowest levels here about every 2 minutes versus every 6 minutes, but so far they haven't enabled that. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for northwestern Ellis County, northeastern Johnson County, eastern Tarrant County, and western Dallas County. The potential for straight-line winds moving into Pantego, West Arlington, Forest Hill, Mansfield up 60 to 65 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail. Cannot rule out a spin-up tornado near 360 and 287. There is no tornado warning. We do not issue a tornado warning. We do not issue tornado warnings at all. That is the job of the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, specifically for the North Texas region. We have a cluster of storms capable of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. The potential for maybe some small hail, very heavy rain across eastern North Texas, running from Cooper, Sulphur Springs, back southwest towards Emory and Quinlan. Those storms moving east-southeast at 45 miles an hour, the potential for strong winds. Reason I'm focusing on this section of Ellis Johnson County is we're seeing a spin-up attempt occur in the Spinny Doom department. I'm going to actually switch my picture-in-picture off my main radar screen here and give myself the ability to see the radar completely. I need to be able to monitor this, but again, last couple minutes we've seen a circulation try to spin up here near 287 and 360. This radar scan at this point is about 4 minutes old, so we'll see if the circulation actually still exists here when the new scan comes in, but regardless, could have strong winds, 60, 70 miles an hour, pushing down towards Midlothian on 287. Very heavy rainfall, the potential for some hail in places like Arlington, Pantego, Forest Hill, Rendon, Mansfield, moving towards Grand Prairie, southeast Mansfield, Joe Pool Lake, down into portions of northwest Ellis County. And again, switching back over to the regional radar, and I'll put that on a loop for y'all. You can see we've got storms, most storms behaving over the last hour across portions of the Arklatex, northeast Texas, down into North Texas, and even parts of the Big Country in the Concho Valley. All these storms producing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rainfall. Some of these storms are producing small hail and gusty winds. A couple of these storms are producing damaging winds and quarter-size hail. Moving, at this point, most of these storms in the squall line, individual storms are moving off to the east. The line itself is moving southeast. And we're going to go back in. I'll take a look at the northeast Texas stuff, let y'all see this. And again, some damaging winds, perhaps, some pocket change size hail. And we do have a Discord, by the way. Our mods will share that link in the chat. Again, this line of storms moving east, southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So, if you know where you're located on this map, you can extrapolate the times for yourselves. Otherwise, let's get back to what's going on here in the Metroplex. I am concerned about this storm approaching Midlothian, and we have a tornado warning. So let's get going. A tornado warning now in effect for northern Ellis County, southern Dallas County. This is going to be a tornado warning until 10:30 p.m. Central Time. A possible tornado is now located 2 miles northwest of the city of Midlothian, moving east, southeast at 30 miles an hour. So this is going to be a tornado warning. All right, we're going to do, real quick, I need to press some buttons. That's what I get for saying I didn't expect a tornado warning with this stuff 10 minutes ago, but alas, life happens. It's going to be a tornado warning for northern Ellis, southern Dallas County. This tornado warning does include the cities of Midlothian, Waxahachie, Ennis, Glen Heights, Red Oak, Pecan Hill, Wilmer, Ferris, Palmer, Garrett, Ennis. We advise no travel on Interstate 35E between DeSoto and Waxahachie. They are on the south side of Waxahachie. We advise no travel now between the city of Wilmer and Ennis on Interstate 45. We advise no travel on 287 from Ennis through Waxahachie to Midlothian. A circulation capable of producing a tornado now is located about 2 miles northwest of the city of Midlothian, moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. We've been talking about this circulation now for over 5 minutes. The Weather Service elected kindly to put a tornado warning on it after several minutes. But it's there, so this is going to be a tornado warning through 10:30 p.m. for northern Ellis, southern Dallas County. I do believe this circulation will remain in Ellis County, but the Weather Service, out of an abundance of caution, has put a tornado warning out into southern Dallas County as well. If you are in Duncanville, if you are in Hutchins, this tornado warning does not include you. This tornado warning technically includes folks across southern Cedar Hill, southern DeSoto down to Glen Heights, Red Oak. And if you're in Midlothian to the south sides of Cedar Hill, you need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're dealing with some weird stuff right now. You'll see that here on the latest radar scan as it comes in. We're seeing a circulation occlusion occur. It's going to be approaching the open industrial areas northwest of Midlothian. This is right there, circling that. You can see one very strong circulation showing up. That's what we call a gate-to-gate couplet. What could be a tornado now about 2 miles east of Highway 360, about a mile northeast of 287. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some roads. And that circulation is what we call an occluding circulation, it appears. So that may be moving more to the north. We may have a second new circulation developing over the west sides of Midlothian. That would move to the east. I'm going to put some roads on here. And again, we have a tornado warning for northern Ellis County, far southern Dallas County through 10:30 p.m. Those of you in the city of Midlothian need to be in a safe place. This circulation approaching Gifco Road, east of Lakeview, northeast of 287 now. This is still about 3 miles west of Highway 67. Circulation itself, the one we just circled near Gifco Road, west of 67, east of 360, north of 287, is an occluding circulation moving to the northeast right now. Hopefully that'll dissipate soon. If not, it may continue moving north. Second new circulation now trying to develop on the west sides of the city of Midlothian. That would be moving to the east. So again, I know it's kind of confusing, but welcome to mesoscale meteorology with spinny dooms and occluding circulations. One possible tornado now approaching Gifco Road about 2 miles east of Highway 360, north of 287, far east side of Mansfield, but far northwest side of Midlothian, moving towards far southwest Cedar Hill. Depending on how long this circulation survives, this could approach southwest Cedar Hill in the next 5 minutes. Those of you in Cedar Hill, places like Creekwood, Glen Eagles Drive, Lake Ridge Parkway. You need to be in a safe place. Approaching Mount Lebanon Baptist encampment there off 67. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, there will not be, and you won't be able to see this thing if it's down. It is wrapped in heavy rain, probably some hail. We're going to get a new velocity scan here in just a second that'll tell us if this thunderstorm is still in the process of trying to produce a tornado with that circulation. There you go. The latest scan is less defined with that circulation, but it is still there. So those of you in southern Cedar Hill, including Lake Ridge Parkway, Mount Lebanon Baptist Encampment, all the way down to the city of Midlothian, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Tornado warning continues for northern Ellis County until 10:30 p.m. A supercell capable of producing a tornado is now located over the northwest side of Midlothian, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. That's going to place this circulation near the city of Waxahachie up to Red Oak, crossing 35 Echo within the next 20 minutes. Those of you from Midlothian to Waxahachie up to Red Oak, Glen Heights need to be in a safe place. This circulation will probably pass near Midway Airport in about 15 minutes. Those of you familiar with the December 26, 2015 tornado know that that tornado spun up over Midway Airport, moved northeast into...
I think that's a debris ball right there. We go until 2.
Understood. Thank you. Know that it moved up into Glen Heights. Stephen Jones was just telling me to check something here till 2. Yeah, we'll see. Notice the... yeah, it might be. It's close, but boy, did that get mad.
Yeah.
See, we're just having me look at a radar signature here. We're trying to debate if there's a small tornado debris signature in this area of lower reflectivity or not. Typically, you need a certain amount of reflectivity on the how hard it's raining mode to be able to correlate it over to a tornado debris signature. I'll circle what he was looking at right there, I believe. It's in the area of low reflectivity, but it's certainly possible that might be a weak tornado debris signature. Regardless... yeah, I think that's the new one spinning up. Regardless, those of you in the city of Midlothian, thank you, need to be in a safe place. Those of you in Ovilla, Glen Heights, Red Oak, Pecan Hill, down the city of Waxahachie need to be in a safe place as this dangerous thunderstorm continues to move east at about 35 miles per hour. I'll make sure my NDI is on here. And for those of you just joining us on Texas Storm Chasers or DFW Scanner, good evening. It's 9:50 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer covering a tornado warning in northern Ellis County in North Texas. A circulation capable of producing a tornado is located near Midlothian, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. Only tornado warning we have storms extending from near Cleburne up pretty much I-30 at this point to Sulphur Springs, capable of producing small hail, maybe up to the size of quarters, the potential for damaging straight-line winds of 50, 60, maybe 70 miles an hour. Very heavy rainfall that could cause flash flooding. The reason we're here is a tornado warning for northern Ellis County and far southern Dallas County until 10:30 p.m. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is now located. The circulation is over the northwest sides of Midlothian, approaching pretty much... you know where that Loves is off 67? Coming down off the hill, if you're heading south on 67, you come over the bridges, decrease in elevation. You got the Loves there. That is a little secret connector between 67 and 287. If you go east instead of west, instead of Loves, you get the Walmart there. It's about a mile northwest of that, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So it's going to be moving into the city of Midlothian over the next several minutes. The circulation itself is kind of lollygagging a bit, but it is certainly a very unhappy thunderstorm, and that is for sure. These storms, by the way, will continue moving southeast all night. This line is going to make it down to Interstate 10 by sunrise Thursday, with heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail, strong wind gusts. San Antonio to Houston, it's going to rain. So if you're between this line of storms, pretty much Brownwood to Texarkana, to San Antonio, to Beaumont, you're going to get rain tonight into tomorrow morning. Can't rule out some strong winds. Not expecting many tornado issues tonight. But clearly, when I said the tornado threat was very low but not zero, this is what I meant. Sometimes you get these little spin-ups that occur, and this storm certainly is taking advantage of that phraseology I used earlier. You can see, looking at this thunderstorm was able to ingest the outflow boundary, which had kept this storm from going tornadic earlier. By ingesting that outflow boundary, it is thus able to access the more surface unstable air mass. It allows the storm to access stronger low-level wind shear and enhance and stretch its low-level circulation. We call that vorticity. By doing that, we now have a clear defined hook echo and a low-level circulation capable of producing a tornado. Even if we don't have a tornado here, which I'm not saying we do have a tornado, we haven't received any ground confirmation of that at this point, we could see winds of 60 to 70 to 75 miles an hour all the way from Midlothian down to Alvarado as this thunderstorm moves east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. And again, notice how all these other storms are behind this outflow boundary, this little green line on radar, right up until you get to this circulation right over the city of Midlothian. So again, what we're dealing with right now is a circulation capable of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, the potential for a spin-up tornado pretty much right over the city of Midlothian, all the way up into southern Cedar Hill. Switching back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can definitely see the hook echo showing up here. And again, we had a pretty good circulation for about 10 minutes before this warning was issued. We were talking about it. It became strong enough for the Weather Service to put a tornado warning out on it, and they did. So that's why we're here. Another way to look at it is the how hard it's raining mode. Let me turn off this label. And this, or excuse me, the which way the wind's blowing mode. Colors in red, those are going to be winds moving away from the radar there in Burleson. I'm putting my telestrator on, but I had to get rid of the marker first. Moving away from the radar, very strong winds probably occurring out of the west in the city of Midlothian right now. This green, that is winds moving towards the radar in Burleson. That's your circulation now passing between Gifgo Road and 287 in Midlothian on 67. A somewhat broad circulation, but it is certainly concise enough to put down a spin-up tornado if it's able to condense. Yeah, I guess condense is an appropriate terminology for this. So again, thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now over the city of Midlothian, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Let's put a storm track on this so I can give you all a timing element. This tornado warning does include the city of DeSoto to Glen Heights to Ovilla down to Midway Airport off 287 between Midlothian and Waxahachie. Tornado warning includes the city of Waxahachie down 287 to Ennis. Does include Interstate 45 up through Garrett, Palmer, Ferris, and Wilmer. I do believe this is going to be more of a threat to Palmer than it is Ennis. Ennis, the next update from the Weather Service, may trim you out of the tornado warning, but we're going to respect the tornado warning polygon. In fact, here, I'll show you what I mean by the warning polygon. I'm going to turn everything off except the tornado warning. Big red box of doom that's blinking and saying, tornado warning, tornado warning. That is going to be the tornado warning polygon. These aren't county-based. These are issued based off polygons now, where the storms are going to be. So they only include small sections of counties. That's how it's been now for 15 to 20 years. This tornado warning runs along and south of essentially Beltline Road from Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Lancaster, Wilmer. South, Glen Heights, Red Oak, Pecan Hill, Waxahachie. Includes 287 from Midlothian to Waxahachie to Ennis. Ennis up Interstate 45 through Garrett, Palmer, Ferris, Wilmer. When we get an update from the Weather Service here in a few minutes, they'll trim this polygon down. It'll likely become more narrow in terms of its height and its width. Meaning those of you in DeSoto, Lancaster, Wilmer may get cleared out of this. Same thing for Ennis, but the warning will still continue for Waxahachie, Pecan Hill, Red Oak, Glen Heights, Ferris, Palmer. Here's the latest scan. You can see a well-defined hook echo continues, an outflow boundary extending southwest from that circulation, wrapping in. This is actually a very well-defined hook echo, an example of what we mean by a hook on radar. It's a very meaty hook, but it is nevertheless a defined hook. So that's why we're here. We've got a tornado warning for northern Ellis County until 10:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of putting a brief tornado damaging straight-line winds down over the city of Midlothian right now. It's raining, it's pouring. If you're in Midlothian, it is blowing, and you better not be outside trying to look for this, because one, that would make you a dum-dum for doing so, because here, you see how much rain and hail there is? You're not going to see it. Take this from someone who's been storm chasing 15 years in situations just like this. You're not going to see the tornado. What you're going to see are rain curtains flying around all over the place. You know what the difference between flying rain curtains and a hurricane is? Not much. You want to know what a hurricane mostly is when we're out chasing in it? Literally just walls of rain attacking us with scary sounds. The scary sounds you can hear from your closet, where you won't be impaled by 2x4s if a tornado comes by, picks up parts of your fence, and flings it through your house. So that's why we want folks to not go outside looking for this. Take shelter. This is a very high precipitation supercell. It's pouring rain. It's blowing. But you're not going to see a tornado. It's just going to look like a wall of rain. The only thing you might see are transformers blowing, but that could also be from straight-line winds. For example, rear flank downdraft over the city of Midlothian right now, showing winds over 60 miles an hour. Whether or not that is straight-line or tornadic is irrelevant. It's strong winds. Admittedly, the circulation at this point, very well defined on the how hard it's raining mode, not so defined on the which way the wind's blowing mode, at least in terms of intensity. It's there, but it's not very strong. What we're going to do is we're going to look up in height. I just want to, if we look up in height, I want to see how defined the circulation is. And yeah, it's there. It's just not very strong right now, which is good. That doesn't mean we don't have a tornado, but in all likelihood, we have a lot of straight line winds and winds wrapping around on the backside of the circulation, moving down 287, moving east towards Midway Regional Airport, there in 287, just northwest of Waxahachie, and then moving down towards Waxahachie and Red Oak. Severe thunderstorm warning back further southwest now for Cleburne, down to just west of Rio Vista to west of Blum, moving southeast towards Alvarado, Grandview, Itasca, Carl's Corner, Hillsborough, Malone, Bynum, Blooming Grove, Italia, Milford, Bardwell. And again, just like further northwest, we need to watch and make sure this outflow boundary doesn't start interacting with this storm. And it kind of looks like it is. Right there. I'm a little concerned. Just west of Blum, we have another circulation trying to spin up. It's not for me to say we actually have a tornado there, but now that we've actually had a storm catch up to the outflow boundary and try to put a tornado down, I'm going to be pretty mindful and suspicious of these features. So, two circulations now. One, east side of the city of Midlothian, moving down 287 towards Midway Regional Airport. Second possible circulation now, near Blum in northwestern Hill County, moving towards Itasca and Hillsborough. And again, let's take a look at these storms in northeast Texas. You can see pretty hefty line of storms now from Clarksville to Bogota, down to Sulphur Springs to Emory, back west to Terrell, capable of producing heavy rainfall and flooding, the potential for nickel to quarter-size hail, the potential for 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. I think the flooding is going to be the biggest issue out here tonight, especially as we get closer to Texarkana in areas that saw 6 to 10 inches of rain this morning. You dump another 3 to 4 inches of rain on top of that, and we are going to have flooding problems galore. But we're here. We have a tornado warning. Northern Ellis County for another 30 minutes. It's going to be for a circulation on the east side of Midlothian now, moving down towards Midway Regional Airport. Midway Regional Airport is right here. This circulation, as it continues to move east-southeast, could impact the city of Waxahachie. Now, I'm not seeing a super-duper tight couplet with this. Couplet being, bright reds against bright greens. Yes, there is a broad circulation here, but it is not tight in the sense of bright green against bright red, holy moly guacamole, spinny spinny doom doom, commence. No, what we do have is a relatively broad circulation at this point of strong winds. Let me show you. You've got winds in the greens and blues moving towards the radar in Burleson. You've got colors in the red. Those are your winds moving away from the radar in Burleson. If this is able to become more concise and condense, the probability of a tornado will increase. Now, let me say this. I'm not saying there is not a tornado. There could be a tornado there. We're getting radar scans about every 3 to 4 minutes. It takes a tornado 10 seconds to spin up, lift a roof off, and go spin itself and fart in a field. What I'm saying is, based off that scan, the circulation was not as tight. But what we are seeing are very strong straight line winds. We're seeing a 60 to 75 mile an hour winds over Midlothian. On the bottom of the circulation, or on the back side of the circulation, what we call the rear flank downdraft. Those are winds being wrapped around the backside of the circulation. We've got winds that could be 50 to 60 mile an hour inflow winds on the north side of the circulation over the span of probably 5 miles. Rear flank downdraft over southeast Midlothian, inflow over Ovilla moving towards Red Oak. Both have strong winds that could be 50 to 70 miles an hour, different directions. If that condenses, becomes more concise, the potential for a tornado will increase. Tornado warning remains in effect through 10:30 p.m. for northern Ellis County and far southern Dallas County. This is going to be until 10:30 p.m., it now being 10:02 p.m. A severe thunderstorm over Midlothian to Ovilla, capable of producing a tornado, moving east at about 25 miles an hour. And there you go. That just became a little more concise just northeast of Midlothian. Now, we're kind of nitpicking here. That's not a super strong circulation. And I'm going to look at the debris mode in just a second. What I want to show you is what I believe is a false positive. This little blue donut. You would normally think, if you've been watching us a while, think, oh, tornado debris, uh-oh. But here, take a look. It's in an area of lower reflectivity. The how hard it's raining mode. You need to have a certain amount of reflectivity for it to actually be considered a valid tornado debris signature. You know, yellows and up. Now, if that blue donut was in the red and purples over here, I would legitimately believe there is a tornado there. Also, notice how in the wind department, there's not a very strong circulation there. I will admit, there is a circulation, but it is not very strong. So I cannot definitively say that's tornado debris being lofted. Keep in mind that false positives do happen with that. So you have to be mindful. You have to make sure that it is in a area of actual legitimate precipitation, not just a radar artifact. Those of you who use professional radar software, example, you need to make sure it's at least 40 to 45 dBz, decibels, because otherwise the radar may be misinterpreting some data. And again, back near Blum, I'm still watching this thing. I don't trust this little appendage on the leading edge of that precipitation on that outflow boundary. It is entirely possible this outflow boundary has undercut this storm, meaning not tornadic, or not going to become tornadic, but it's close enough to where Blum, I wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado. Definitely the potential for damaging straight-line winds, the potential for a bit of hail, very heavy rainfall for sure, as this thunderstorm moves to the southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. We're here for a thunderstorm that is capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel-size hail, very heavy rainfall, and about 15 minutes ago, what looked to be a very strong low-level wind signature. At this point, we're not seeing as strong of a rotational signature in the sense of we think there's a tornado. Certainly not ruling it out, but you know, the good news is if there is a tornado here, it is probably going to be very weak and brief in the sense that we don't have a very strong circulation showing up on radar. You know, bright greens, bright reds. Spin-up tornadoes are still dangerous, mind you, and there's a tornado warning in place. If you're from Midlothian to Waxahachie to Ennis up to Ferris, Red Oak, and Glen Heights, you need to be in your tornado safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I do not believe this is a December 26, 2015 repeat. I do not believe this is a case where we have a large tornado, you know, lofting things. I don't believe if we have a tornado or had a tornado, it's going to be a strong, long-lived tornado. But a tornado is a tornado, and even weak tornadoes will certainly be potent enough to cause damage to building structures and cause flying debris. Flying debris is what is most dangerous to people. We don't want folks being hurt by debris. I mean, a wind in a field that, you know, doesn't have any sort of, you know, crops or stuff like that, yeah, that's not pleasant. A tornado in a neighborhood throwing around pieces of tree branches, shingles, you know, fence posts or whatever, that'll hurt. And trust me, you do not want to be hit by any sort of debris flying around at 80, 90 miles an hour, because that will hurt. And that's what we're worried about. And again, even if we don't have any tornado here, which, again, we do not have confirmation of a tornado, we are seeing winds on the radar up around 60 miles an hour on the backside of the circulation, southeast Midlothian, moving towards Waxahachie, Midway Airport, Interstate 35 Echo, closer to Red Oak. So again, damaging winds, a good bet. Could even have some quarter-size hail. Am I seeing a super-duper organized low-level circulation right now? No. Does that mean the tornado threat is completely done? No. We're just going to have to watch it. What I'm looking at off-screen right now, I'm just looking to see the circulation aloft. We're looking at about 1,200 feet above the surface right here between Midlothian and Waxahachie. I'm looking up higher in the storm to see the circulation intensity. And yeah, there's a circulation about 4,000 feet above the storm, or above the storm. Nope, above the surface that is spinning like a top. But is that circulation going to be able to intensify and continue to lower itself until it reaches the surface as a spinny, spinny, doom, doom tornado? Good question. Atmospheric ingredients not overly favorable for tornadoes tonight. We've been saying for a few days now, main issue is going to be damaging winds, some hail, heavy rainfall, and flash flooding. We've got flash flood warnings in effect for Dallas County and Tarrant County. Mind you, it's still going to be raining for hours on end still across the Metroplex. Street flooding, especially in low-lying spots, you know, your typical trouble spots and construction zones, yeah, roads are going to be flooding in the Metroplex. Same thing goes all the way up Interstate 30 to Texarkana with these heavier storms developing this evening. Not all these storms, you know, as I switch off the local radar, switch over to regional, not all these storms are going to be severe tonight, but all these storms are going to produce heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, probably at least 30-mile-an-hour winds. Some of these storms will produce winds stronger than that, you know, 40, 50, 60, maybe even 70. We may see some dime to quarter-size hail and very heavy rainfall that could cause flash flooding. All these blue boxes you see popping up are flash flood warnings. We had 6 to 10 inches of rain this morning around Texarkana. As these heavier storms move into that region, we're going to see more flash flooding develop pretty darn quickly. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings. Mount Pleasant to Quitman, just north of Mineola. That's one severe thunderstorm warning with this little line segment capable of producing some 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning, pretty much from Waxahachie down to Cleburne, with those storms moving towards Ennis, Italy, or Italia, to Hillsborough. There could be some 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. We're also seeing rain continue in the Metroplex, but we're also seeing what's called a wake low develop. We're seeing strong winds occur on the backside of these thunderstorms across the Metroplex, which could at times result in winds over 50 miles an hour, which is, you know, light to moderate rain. Not severe storm related, but, you know, wind is wind, and it's going to knock some tree branches down, which will then get on the power lines and make Alex Bartholomew have to go into work on his 4 days off. Sad. And again, you can see the radar showing winds 50 to 60 miles an hour, about 1,500 to 2,000 feet above the surface across Johnson County, moving into Western Hill County. We've got this storm across portions of north central Ellis County now. You can actually see that inflow notch starting to become a little more well-defined. But if we're going to nitpick here, notice this outflow boundary. Almost looks like it has undercut the circulation again. The reason this almost put a tornado down earlier, and it may have close to 360 and 287 earlier, is the storm was able to ingest that outflow boundary, and that allowed it to access a more unstable environment near the surface. Behind this boundary, north and west, the lowest few hundred feet above the ground are more stable, which greatly reduces the threat of tornadoes. Does nothing to reduce the threat of hail with storms 50,000 feet tall that can still access the reservoir instability above the lowest several hundred feet above the ground, and we can still get damaging winds pushed through that more stable layer of air. But if this storm eats the outflow boundary again, that would allow it to enhance the possibility of a spin-up tornado again. At this point, just not seeing a big low-level circulation with this storm. Yeah, it looks scary, but just not seeing a well-organized low-level circulation right now. Let me see if I can load some radar data here. I'm going to blow this radar up by doing this, but I want to show you what this looked like a bit earlier. See, even earlier than that, honestly. Give me just a second to load this. Oops. Sorry, loading the archive. You can see a bit earlier, this thunderstorm had a more well-defined surface circulation from 360 and 287 all the way to the north sides of Midlothian. But now notice how it almost looks like outflow pushed the circulation south. That might be outflow pushing out from the storm, cutting off the inflow, and helping reduce the probability that this attempts to go tornadic again. That being said, damaging straight-line winds certainly occurring at this point, with this thunderstorm approaching the city of Waxahachie. Now, we do still have a tornado warning in place until 10:30 p.m., another 18 minutes for northern Ellis County, far southern Dallas County. Let me be abundantly clear. If you're in Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Lancaster, Wilmer, you're fine from this. It is storming, it is pouring, it is windy. It probably sounds like the world's coming down on you, but no tornado there. If you are in Red Hook, Pecan Hill to the north side of Waxahachie, I can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Same thing goes if you're east to Ferris, Palmer, and Garrett. You can see the latest update from the Weather Service there. Let me turn off the radar. Here's the tornado warning polygon in red. If you're in this red shaded box, you're under the gun. If you're outside of this red shaded box, you're fine from a tornado. This means if you were in Red Oak, down 342 into Waxahachie, you're in the tornado warning. If you're in Pecan Hill, east to Palmer to Garrett, you're in the tornado warning. If you're in Ferris, you are not in the tornado warning. You're clear. Glen Heights, Ferris, you're clear. Midlothian, you're clear. This is east of you now. Tornado warning polygon goes pretty much from Waxahachie to Red Oak to just north of Palmer down to the city of Ennis for another 16 minutes. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's heading towards Palmer now. Although it looks like he's in Dallas at the moment, so that's going to take him a while. But turning the radar back on at 10:14, here you go. Tornado warning continues until 10:30 p.m. for northern Ellis County. Still some indications of rotation here. Not really anything that looks imminently close to trying to become tornadic, but out of respect for the circulation that spun up earlier, the Weather Service has elected to keep this tornado warning in place for now. So those of you in Waxahachie to Pecan Hill, to Palmer, to Ennis, need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Damaging straight line winds, certainly a good bet with this storm. All the way from Waxahachie down through Maypearl, coming into Itasca now, to just north of Whitney, Lake Whitney, the state park there. Moving southeast, you can see that outflow boundary, rain-cooled air moving to the southeast, and that's going to continue to help push these storms southeast tonight. You can see moving back into portions of northeast Texas, a complex of thunderstorms from near Alba to Yantis to Como to Mount Vernon to Bogota to Clarksville. Very heavy rain, the potential for winds 60 to 65 miles an hour. That could knock down trees, cause power outages, minor damage to structures. Unless a tree falls on the structure, then all bets are off. And these storms here moving east at about 45 miles per hour. The potential for some small hail. I don't think it'll be big hail, but very heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, very strong winds. The radar in Shreveport looking up at probably 8,000 feet, but still winds of about 60 miles an hour with this complex from near Como to Yantis to Alba, moving east towards Quitman, Winsboro, Mount Vernon, eventually Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, Gilmer, and Hawkins to Mineola. And again, eventually, this whole complex of storms is going to move southeast tonight. All right, for those of you watching on DFW Scanner, we're going to go ahead and let y'all go now that things seem to be starting to stabilize a bit. I do not expect a new tornado warning to be issued unless this circulation drastically strengthens, but we'll still be live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, app, website. As always, you can visit us on our website and in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Otherwise, we'll continue now with our coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers platforms. All right. Thank you for that. We tend to go live on DFW Scanner when we have any sort of significant problems in the Metroplex. But we're going to be here for a while yet, I think. I will be honest, I didn't expect that. I expect a tornado warning, but we were keeping an eye on that storm near Midlothian earlier and watching it do some mischievous things, but most times storms can't manage to actually pull it together like that, which is why I was skeptical at first, and then clearly skepticism did not pay off. But that's why we watch these things, and that's why we never say the tornado threat is 0. It may be very low, but not 0. All right, so again, this complex, or these storms in East Texas moving southeast. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a reset. I want to show y'all the high-res rapid refresh model, giving y'all a sense of timing for tonight. What I'm going to actually do is use the North American model because the HER was being garbage earlier. When a model has no idea what's going on at the present point, it is unlikely to do any better in the future. So let's look at the North American model. I want to look at, let's do 10 o'clock. You see, this model these are just being real slow tonight, which isn't a surprise. Cold fronts and squall lines can run faster than models indicate. So you can see this is the HER. The HER is running probably 3 hours behind. So the HER has storms at this location at midnight, when in reality, this is where the storms are located right now. So what you see here at midnight, you might as well pretend is now, except in the Edwards Plateau. There's nothing really going on down there right now outside of some showers from Sonora to northeast of Sanderson. But the HER thinks we could see more storms there tonight. So let's turn off the radar. For the squall line, we're going to take things back 2 hours. So the model thinks 2 a.m., we're going to say midnight. Midnight, Tyler to Waco, Killeen. Maybe some storms from Kerrville to near San Antonio. Dog, you just scared the pants off me almost. Let's not. Here is what we think could be 2 a.m. at this point based on current progression. Pretty much from Carthage down to Fairfield and Buffalo to Georgetown and Austin. We note a couple isolated storms trying to fire up in southeast Texas. That we're going to have to watch for signs of low-level rotation whether those storms develop ahead of the squall line. Here is the model says 6 a.m. We think this may be 4 a.m. based on the current storm projections. Storms in the piney woods of East Texas back to the Brazos Valley. We could also have some heavy storms ahead of the squall line across the Houston metro. That could be a problem for a low tornado risk if that happens. For what it's worth, the line itself may still have pockets of small hail, strong winds over 60 miles an hour. The model thinks this is 8 a.m. Based on the way storms are behaving now, this may be closer to 6 a.m. for Beaumont to Houston to San Antonio. So, again, sometimes you have to adapt to what models are showing and understand that sometimes these things run ahead of schedule, especially when it involves crashing the cold front. All right, back to the tornado warning here in Ellis County. Circulation, if there is any defined low-level circulation right now, is going to be northeast of Waxahachie, closer to Pecan Hill. Moving to the east-southeast towards Palmer, Garrett, and Ennis. Weather Service has this tornado warning running through 10:30 p.m. At this point, I don't see a reason why they would extend it past that unless this low-level circulation were to intensify. Understood, Jason. We are seeing indications of strong straight-line winds from Maypearl to Grandview, all the way back southwest into Covington to just north of Lake Whitney. These storms all moving to the east-southeast right now at about 40 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn this on. We're going to do a storm track based off where storms are now and try to give you all a timing element over the next at least hour. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, we're just going to stick with that. No, I don't actually like it. Just a second. We'll try this again. All right, in some spots it's going to be a little too far east, but that's okay. All right, so here's the next hour, essentially. So Waco, about 11:15. Corsicana, about 11. Mineola, probably in the next 20 minutes. Gilmer, about 11 o'clock. Mount Pleasant by about, 10:30, 10:45. I'll zoom in more. Again, approaching the city of Tyler, probably in about an hour. Lindale, about 10:45. Canton's probably going to be closer to about 10:45. Corsicana, again, 10:50 to 11. Gun Barrel City, about 10:45. Hillsborough, probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And let me loop this. Y'all can see what we have going on. So again, here's what we've dealt with over the last hour. Let me turn the warnings back on. We're still not seeing any super strong rotation, but if we had to pick one out, it would be between Pecan Hill and Waxahachie. Probably now just east of FM 813, approaching Gibson Road and Windham Road. There out in the county, west of Palmer, northeast of Waxahachie. Storm itself may have damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, the potential for small hail and heavy rainfall that could cause flash flooding. You can see over the last hour, storms continuing to progress to the east-southeast in conjunction with a cold front across North Texas and to the Arklatex. General movement to the east, to the southeast, really, at 35 to 45 miles an hour is expected. Storm coverage is more isolated down into the Concho Valley and Big Country, but we could see more storms fire up overnight as the cold front continues to move south. Heavy rainfall, small hail, gusty winds, the primary issue with that. And again, not all storms are going to be severe. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't think we're going to have a big tornado issue tonight. I don't expect many tornado warnings. Hopefully, this was just going to be a one-and-done tornado warning event, but we will see more severe thunderstorm warnings for storms capable of producing maybe dime to quarter-size hail, localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, far more likely, localized flooding, good bet. Could even see some 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds along and behind the line of storms. And, of course, plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning with any thunderstorm. Unless something drastic changes, I do not see why we won't have this tornado warning expire in the next 5 minutes. I'm not seeing any indications of a super well-defined low-level circulation at this point, which is good. The outflow outran the thunderstorm, which it had been doing most of the night, with a small exception between about 360 and 287 around Mansfield, Midlothian to Midlothian. But then it looked like the storm shot out outflow again and cut off the low-level inflow. This storm is still well organized aloft, but as long as it stays aloft, that's perfectly fine. You can see this red area, this is outflow. This is all wind being pushed out by the storm. My horrible arrow. And then you've got your little inflow right here. And sometimes in this area right there, let me clean this up a bit. Right here, in this area, sometimes where that tries to wrap around a bit, you can see very brief spin-up tornadoes. But that is not a super high probability event right now. We're going to be watching it, mind you, but I'm hopeful that we continue to see the outflow boundary outrun the storm, in which case tornado threat goes bye-bye, and we just deal with some strong outflow winds, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail. You can see Jason, it wasn't going to be feasible for him to make it down to Palmer to intercept this rain-wrapped storm. He's heading through downtown Dallas right now. In fact, let's just take a look at his screen full. You can see he's enjoying the travels. You can see downtown Dallas in all its glory. Again, much needed rainfall as he drives north on 75, technically 345, about to hit 75. I suspect, if I had to guess, based on where he needs to go, I'm not sure if he's going to cut across town or not. Technically, that's not 345. 345 is a stretch between 35 and 75. He is technically just translating from 45 to 75, but he may jump on 345 to get over to 35E, is what I'm guessing he's going to do to get home, up closer to DFW International Airport, and I win. It's like watching a Jason Cooley Road Trips channel report. Back to the radar, and you can see, again, strong winds, even stronger winds, honestly, down here in this segment from Grandview to Itasca to Whitney, moving towards Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, Italia to Italy, whatever, Milford, Merdens, Blooming Grove, down 171 eventually, towards Bynum, Malone, and Hubbard. And eventually, this little line segment's going to make it into Navarro County with strong winds, small hail, very heavy rainfall that could cause some flooding. And again, we've still got rain falling across the Metroplex, and that'll continue for a while. We may even see some new storms fire up with cloud-to-ground lightning, but the severe weather threat certainly not super-duper high back there at this point. What I'm going to do... So I do not know why the tornado warning will not be allowed to expire here in about 80 seconds. And assuming it does, we'll be left with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for this line segment extending from pretty much, at this point, Texarkana down to Winsboro, Quitman, back towards Terrell, Wills Point, Kaufman, Palmer, Waxahachie to Hillsborough, to Cranford's Gap, to Hamilton. And again, some of those storms are producing winds over 60 miles an hour, the potential for small hail. At this point, I haven't even heard any reports larger than the size of a penny recently, so wind seems to be the biggest issue where we are having strong damaging winds. Heavy rainfall, that's going to cause localized flooding, street flooding, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, a good bet, and we could see some strong winds continue behind the line of storms, what's called a wake low, just some strong winds making it down from the anvil of a thunderstorm, and sometimes that transports some gusty winds in the process. Think if you threw a baseball out of the sky, how quickly that baseball would fall. It would drag some air down with it, right? Downward momentum. Same thing applies occasionally to rain behind this initial line of strong storms. Those stratform rain can drag down some stronger winds from aloft. Sometimes those winds actually get quite strong, but hopefully we won't see that happen. It might be across the Metroplex right now. We're seeing some winds being measured at Love Field, about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Could see winds up to 50 at times, really, but hopefully not. Otherwise, new severe thunderstorm warning for Ellis, portions of Kaufman, Navarro, and Henderson counties through 11:30 p.m. Storms moving east at about 40. The potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail, heavy rainfall. It is now 10:30 p.m. We have no new tornado warnings, so we have no tornado warnings. So the plan of attack here is we are going to go to a break mode. We'll keep the live coverage going across the platforms here, but what we're going to do is let some music in the background play, and we're going to do cut-ins about every, we'll do 15 minutes for now. So we'll be back at 10:45 p.m. with more voice updates, but the radar, all that will be staying on here. Stream will stay up, and if we need to come back sooner, we will. This allows us to stay on here, come back at a moment's notice, but also get some breaks in from time to time to relax the decaying voice and also look at data. So that is what we're going to do. And I guess we could just watch Mr. Jason Cooley too. So let's do that. Let's go watch Jason Cooley for now. And I will set some of this stuff up on his stream, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. All right, good evening. It is 10:45 on the 4th of October, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, up to about 55,000 customers without power and on course service area across North Texas, mostly down with a few down the Permian Basin. We've got a line of storms now extending from, let's just say, DeKalb over to Clarksville, back southwest over Mount Pleasant, Mount Vernon, west of Pittsburgh, west of Gilmer to Quitman, Mineola, back towards Wells Point, Gun Barrel City, Italia to Hillsboro, back down to Clifton, and then to a lesser extent, we've got some scattered activity now southwest of Ozana that's starting to get rather angry in the hail department. The line of storms across pretty much the Arklatex now into North Texas is moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour, making good progress, about 2 to 3 hours ahead of schedule now, which isn't overly surprising when it comes to crash the cold front, but still, first cold front of the season means we got to get used to that happening again. Things tend to happen more quickly than we expect. So, in terms of severe weather potential, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in place across, well, pretty much northeast Texas. These are for damaging straight-line winds, the potential for some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, maybe some small hail. Hail is not a big issue now, but damaging winds, yep. The potential for heavy rainfall that could cause flooding, yep. A lot of cloud to ground lightning, oh yeah. So that is going to be our main issue for the remainder of the night with these storms as they continue to progress to the south and east. You might be asking, well, David, how far southeast are these storms going to make it? You see the Gulf of Mexico? That far. And they'll do so probably by sunrise Thursday. So what, 7 hours from now, give or take 7 to 8 hours, they'll be near the coast. So those of you across Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, all of East Texas, Southeast Texas, the coastal plains, the Golden Triangle, you're going to get storms over the next pretty much 6 to 8 hours, probably. Some of these storms, again, strong winds, heavy rainfall, cloud to ground lightning, localized flooding, small hail. Moving southeast about 35 to 45 miles an hour. So extrapolate where they are from your location, do the math, and there you go. If you can't do the math, well, calculators. No tornado warnings. We only had one tornado warning tonight. That was for the storm in Ellis County. That circulation has gone bye-bye. But we still have straight line wind potential. Take a look at some individual storms. Let's start off across northeast Texas. All these blue boxes, flash flood warnings. Flash flooding is going to be an issue tonight. Excuse me, radar, please load. Thank you. So here's the storm, Mount Pleasant down to Quitman. You can see a pretty good surge of wind with that little Bowie, whatever, leave me alone. From Winsboro down to Quitman, moving to the southeast at about 40, 45 miles an hour. We could have winds up near 60, and that's going to be from near Winsboro to Quitman, moving down 154 towards Gilmer. That's enough to knock some tree branches down, cause some power outages, also some small hail, heavy rain. Back into North Texas, seeing a pretty good core go up just west of Hillsboro now, it looks like. Line of storms, including the previously tornadic Stormy, which is no longer tornadic. Moving to the east-southeast, 45 miles an hour. Kaufman down 34 all the way to Ennis to Italia, down 35 Echo to Hillsboro. Moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour with pockets of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Maybe some small hail. Storm over Hillsboro has the relatively largest hail core right now. There may be some quarter-size ice chunks falling out of the sky there. Radar says it's baseball size, but the radar was also saying it was softball size in Fort Worth earlier, and we had quarters. So that's safe to say it's a wind maker versus a big-time hail maker. Back in North Texas, the big country, we've got showers and storms still continuing. None of these are severe, but they are producing gusty winds and heavy rainfall. Back down into southwest Texas, the southwestern Concho Valley, northern Edwards Plateau, single supercell well southwest of Ozana, could have golf ball size hail. It is 7 miles east of the Terrell County gas plant. It's going to say south of Interstate 20 in rural areas. So there you go. We will see more storms later on tonight across the Concho Valley as the front continues to move south along and behind the front, really. So that is the general synopsis of what's going on. Don't overall tornado threat tonight remains very, very low. I have something in my eye. That is not pleasant. But the tornado threat isn't zero, but it is very, very low. Storms, again, the strongest, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Most storms probably 40 to 50. Small hail. Some storms may have quarter to golf ball size hail. That's going to be more of a rarity than commonplace. Heavy rainfall, that'll be common. Lots of cloud to ground lightning and gusty winds when the storms arrive. And again, this line of storms continuing to move east-southeast 45 miles an hour will continue to do so until it hits the Gulf of Mexico in about 6 to 8 hours. Across south central Texas, we'll see storms for the morning commute. Same thing for southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle. Storms after sunrise Thursday into Thursday afternoon for the Edwards Plateau, coastal plains, the Middle Texas coast, the coastal bend, deep South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, and the lower Texas coast. That'll be storms on Thursday, but the overall severe weather risk will be low by then tomorrow, with some locally heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and then much cooler air filtering into the northern half, or well, pretty much the whole state. It'll get cooler over the next few days, and then this weekend will feel like late October, and we will all be very happy about that. So we'll keep an eye on storms. We may see a few storms pop up across southeast Texas overnight into early Thursday morning ahead of this line of storms. We're going to have to keep an eye on those. That might be the highest comparatively threat for maybe a spin-up tornado, but we'll see if that happens. Otherwise, it's raining, it's pouring, there's strong winds and small hail, no tornadoes. We'll be keeping an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll plan on doing our next update. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, let's do our next update at about we'll do 11:10 p.m., about 20 minutes from now. So we'll be back by then, and if needed, we'll be back sooner than that. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. You can do the same with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, 2 interactive weather radars, local weather forecasts, and storm chasing video, plus this live coverage. We'll be back in about 19 minutes. All right, good evening. Coming up to 11:11 on the 4th of October, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. We continue to monitor a line of showers and thunderstorms across the Arklatex, northeast Texas, back into southern North Texas, with more isolated activity across portions of, well, the southern Concho Valley at this point. Main line of storms across southern North Texas into the Arklatex is moving east-southeast now at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Some of these storms do remain capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. That's enough to knock some trees down, knock tree limbs down, cause some power outages, cause some minor structural damage. And we also could see some small hail out of this activity. Heavy rainfall? You bet. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning? Oh, yes. Again, moving east-southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. Let's take a look at some of these individual thunderstorms now. We'll take a look at this little line segment from Mount Pleasant down towards Gilmer. Once we get the radar to pop its happy self on here. You can see definitely the strongest of these storms extending from near Pittsburgh to just north of Gilmer now. The potential for some straight-line winds on the which way the wind's blowing mode up to about 60 miles an hour, approaching Highway 271 from Gilmer up to Pittsburgh. That'll be making its way over to 259 near Ore City and Lone Star in the next probably 30 minutes or so. Further northeast, you can see storms that are capable of some 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, small hail, very heavy rainfall that will cause flash flooding. Notice these flash flood warning boxes in blue. Those are through the late evening hours into early Thursday morning. The potential for flash flooding in places like Bogota, Clarksville, Avery, over to New Boston, Texarkana, back to Mount Pleasant. Further southwest, the line of storms from near Quitman to Wills Point to near Gun Barrel City, moving east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Could have some strong winds with that, heavy rainfall, the potential for street flooding, a quick inch or two of rain, gusty winds as well. Further southwest from near Oak Grove to Rice to Blooming Grove, just west of Corsicana to Abbott, we have a line of thunderstorms capable of producing winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, some small hail, very heavy rainfall, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. These storms moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour with severe thunderstorm warnings through midnight, give or take. A little circulation near Rice at this point, but I don't think it's anything to worry much about right now. It's probably behind the outflow boundary, but there could be some 60 to 65 mile an hour winds there. Back up in the Metroplex, flash flood warnings continue, as does stratiform rain. We've got scattered showers and storms firing up again back to the west of the Metroplex. That could bring some heavier rains into DFW over the next few hours, but severe weather and the sense of hail or damaging winds is not particularly likely with that activity. Further southwest, we see a break in the line across portions of the Concho Valley, with the exception of a severe thunderstorm well south of Interstate 10, well southwest of Hosanna. That storm capable of producing quarter-size hail as it traverses southern rural portions of Crockett County. So we continue through the next several hours, the line of thunderstorms across northeast Texas, the Arklatex, into southern North Texas will continue to propagate and progress to the southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. Some storms will be capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 55 to 65 miles an hour, some pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Tonight's tornado risk continues to remain very, very low. Additional storms may fire up in the Concho Valley that could move into the hill country a bit later. As you can see over the last hour or so, we're seeing that unzipping southwest along the outflow boundary / cool front as storms continue to move to the southeast. We may see some individual storms try to get themselves going late tonight or Thursday morning across southeast Texas. If that occurs, it could have some heavy rain in the Houston metro before sunrise, before the main line of storms arrives. And we'd also have to keep an eye out for a low threat for a spin-up tornado with those individual storms ahead of the squall line, like we always do with storms ahead of the squall line. Otherwise, localized damaging winds possible with stronger storms in the line this evening, but probably over the next few hours, we're not going to see too many warnings, hopefully, except flash flood warnings. In addition to that, again, gusty winds, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and gusty winds as storms continue to move southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. Storms will make it to the coast by probably 8 a.m., maybe sooner. So if you're in East Texas, the Piney Woods, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, Middle Texas coast, the coastal plains, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, you are going to get rain tonight, but probably Thursday morning. Again, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. And again, we'll probably see more storms fire up overnight into Thursday morning across the southern Concho Valley. That'll move into the hill country and eventually south central Texas, places like San Antonio, before progressing tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon into the Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plains, deep south Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, lower and middle Texas coast, the coastal bend, up into the Victoria Crossroads. All right. So, with that being said, we'll go ahead and set our next update time for, we'll do 11:35 p.m., another 19 minutes. And as always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. If we need to come back before 11:35, we shall do so. Otherwise, see y'all again in about 19 minutes. All right, good evening. Coming up to 11:35 on the 4th of October, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. We continue to monitor a line of thunderstorms extending from near, let's just say Texarkana, down to Mount Pleasant and Naples, down to Gilmer, Mineola, Gun Barrel City, Kearns, down to Richland, Waco, Gatesville, Goldwake, and San Saba. This line of storms is progressing at about 30 to 40 miles an hour to the southeast. Starting to see a couple of interesting storm structures now. It's either because we're getting farther from the radar or we're seeing some organization change. We're starting to see a little more of a bowing structure with these storms from Gun Barrel City down to Corsicana. Notice how this little section east of Corsicana, southwest of Gun Barrel City, is bowing out. Now, we're looking several thousand feet above the surface here, and at this altitude, it is not unusual to see a mid-level mesocyclone from the radar. So this, what looks like strong rotation, yes, this is a loft. This is a mid-level mesocyclone. Most of these storms have this tonight. We just don't normally see it when looking down low unless there is a tornadic issue, and we only had that once earlier near Midlothian. Nevertheless, this little bowing structure near Powell to Kearns, west of Toole, the potential for straight-line winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour as that makes its way east towards Trinidad, Malakoff, Log Cabin, Athens, with the potential for strong winds in places like Toole, Gun Barrel City, Maybank, down to Eustis on 175. Same thing goes for this line segment between Corsicana down 31 to Hubbard, the potential for winds to be over 60 miles an hour in places like Richland, Eureka, Streetman, Wortham to Coolidge over the next 20 minutes. Back into McLennan County to Gatesville, this line of storms could have winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour in spots, heavy rainfall, very small hail. And for what it's worth, it's still raining in the Metroplex. New storms firing up across the big country, western North Texas, could add to those rain totals as they move off to the east. Not expecting anything outside of some gusty winds and small hail, a lot of lightning with that activity in addition to heavy rainfall. Otherwise, let's take a look here in northeast Texas. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in place earlier for this area has been allowed to expire. These storms still producing some 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning as they progress to the east. At 30 to 40 miles an hour, we have flash flood warnings in effect across a good chunk of northeast Texas, back southwest along Interstate 30 into the DFW Metroplex. Also a flash flood warning in effect for Grayson County, up from Sherman to Denison back towards Whitesboro. So again, heavy rainfall, localized flash flooding, strong winds, very small hail will be the main issue with these storms this morning. Overall, the severe weather threat is decreasing. It's not zero. We continue to monitor sections of this line of storms that are producing winds over 60 miles an hour. But I think the main issue as we continue into the morning will be heavy rainfall, gusty winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour, at times over 60. Small hail, can't totally rule out a nickel to quarter-size hailstone, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and the potential, if not likelihood, for heavy rain as this line of storms continues to move southeast this morning at 30 to 40 miles an hour. And again, this activity will be moving southeast at 30 to 40. It'll make it to the coast in about 6 to 8 hours, if not sooner, meaning folks in central Texas, the Brazos Valley, east Texas, the Piney Woods, Golden Triangle, southeast Texas, even the Victoria Crossroads will see storms over the next 8 hours as this line and the cold front moves southeast. We could see additional thunderstorms develop back into the Concho Valley, unzipping along that front towards Interstate 10, with the potential for storms in the morning across the hill country, central, south central Texas, and then tomorrow, late morning into the afternoon, showers and thunderstorms across the Edwards Plateau, the Coastal Bend, the Rio Grande Plains, the Rio Grande Valley, deep south Texas, the lower and middle Texas coast. So again, no tornado warnings. Overall tornado threat overnight remains very, very low. Damaging straight line winds out of the strongest portions of this line, but most folks will only see heavy rain, gusty winds, cloud to ground lightning, maybe some very small hail. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and on our website. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in your device's app store. Again, be mindful of flooded roadways overnight and the potential for street flooding. We'll be back here at midnight with another update. All right, good evening. Coming up to 11:59 on the 4th of October, 2023, at least for about another 65 seconds. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. We just recently had a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by the Automated Weather Observation Station in Corsicana, which makes sense. That line segment is under a severe thunderstorm warning, so a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust out of Corsicana, which verifies the whole 60-plus-mile-an-hour wind gusts in certain segments of this line. Lean edge of the line extends from, let's just say, DeKalb all the way down towards Gilmer now, back west towards Van, Athens, now east of Richland, Trinidad, northwest of Fairfield to Wortham, all the way down towards Waco, Leon Junction, Pitcoke, to just north of Lampasas. The line itself continues to progress southeast at 30 to 40 miles per hour. Some of these storms in the line are capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, mainly this line segment from near Wortham all the way up to Eustis, progressing towards Palestine, Frankston, and eventually, perhaps, towards southwestern Smith County. So Athens, Frankston, Palestine to Cayuga, the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour within the next 30 minutes. Maybe some pea to dime size hail as well. Otherwise, the remainder of this line segment is not considered severe in the sense of damaging winds or hail. To be severe, it needs to be damaging wind gusts 58 miles an hour or higher, or quarter-size hail and larger, and of course tornadoes. We're not dealing with tornadoes, we're not dealing with quarter-size hail or larger, and some of these storms do have wind gusts 58 miles an hour or higher, but most do not. What all these storms do have is excessive cloud-to-ground lightning and very heavy rainfall that could drop a quick 1 to 3 inches of rain. These blue boxes, or polygons, back in North Texas and the Arklatex are flash flood warnings. Those run through early Thursday morning for the potential of street flooding, rapid rises on creeks and streams, etc., where we saw pretty hefty rainfall totals in a short period of time. And again, for what's worth, these storms moving east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. They'll continue to do so until they reach the Gulf Coast in the next 6 to 8 hours, which means it's going to rain. If you're in the piney woods of East Texas proper, the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, back west into Central Texas, down into the coastal plains over the next 6 to 8 hours, it's going to rain. Does not mean you're going to see severe storms, doesn't mean you're going to have damaging winds, doesn't mean you're going to have hail. You probably are going to have cloud-to-ground lightning at some point with a quick half-inch to 3 inches of rainfall. Further to the west, we're seeing a couple of isolated storms continue in the far southern Concho Valley. Those storms should continue, and we'll probably see some more develop over the next few hours that'll move into the hill country in south central Texas, maybe with some small hail. Otherwise, we continue to see some pockets of showers and storms develop over North Texas. Those are moving east towards the Metroplex. They will not become severe in the sense of damaging straight-line winds or big hail, but could add to the rain totals, which is nice. We need rain. We just don't need too much of it at once. So, with all that being said, some of these storms will be loud and proud this morning with gusty winds, small hail, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall. Overall tornado threat remains very, very low, almost zero. But we'll be watching just in case, and if we have any isolated storms pop up in southeast Texas closer to sunrise, some of those storms may exhibit a low-level rotation, which we'd have to watch for an isolated spin-up tornado. One of those very low possibilities, yet we'll mention it just in case. Otherwise, again, line of storms continues to move southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. Most storms are behaving themselves, but a few, especially around Corsicana over to Athens, have the potential to produce damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. We'll be keeping an eye on them this morning, and again, you can do the same with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app with interactive weather radars, storm chasing video, of course, severe weather coverage, and your local weather forecast. Plan here is to do another break-in at about 12:25 this morning, and of course, if we need to, we can break in sooner than that. Otherwise, you can track these storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, available on Apple and Android devices, and of course, on the website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll chat with y'all again here in about 20 minutes, sooner if necessary. Why, hello there. It is 12:25 a.m. Thursday, the 5th of October, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief david-reimer. We continue to monitor a line of thunderstorms progressing to the southeast across the Arklatex into portions of East Texas, southern North Texas, about to move into portions of the Brazos Valley and the piney woods of East Texas. By far, most of these storms in this line are behaving themselves. They've got heavy rain, they've got cloud-to-ground lightning, they've got gusty winds, and that's about it. There are a few storms, specifically the little segment between Athens and Fairfield over Cayuga and Crossroads, that's being a little mischievous, and that is with damaging straight-line winds of 65 to 70 miles per hour. In addition, we're going to have to watch these storms trying to develop further west along the front towards Killeen. Some of these storms could also try to develop some small hail, strong winds, but so far they've been behaving. So again, you can see the leading edge, kind of almost a comma head feature now, approaching Texarkana, southwest to the city of Tyler, to Cayuga, all the way southwest now into the northern Brazos Valley near Groesbeck, over to Chilton, just north of Temple, back west towards Kempner and Lampasas. And again, the only severe storm in this whole line right now is that little section around Athens down to Cayuga to just north of Fairfield, and that's going to be for damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Otherwise, we've got showers and a couple storms progressing east back into the DFW Metroplex from the big country. These are not severe, but they do have heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some gusty winds could exacerbate any ongoing flash flooding issues or street flooding. Otherwise, we've got a little cluster of storms in the southern Concho Valley moving east towards eventually going to move over Interstate 10 and make it to Junction. At the rate they're going from Sonora over to Junction, there may be some small hail, localized damaging wind gusts with that. And again, that's not severe either. Most of this is just good, beneficial, much-needed rain at this point. So we'll keep an eye on things this morning. But again, the only severe storm we have is this little segment of the squall line from pretty much Athens down to Fairfield. The rest of the line is behaving itself. 40, 50 mile an hour winds, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, not much hail to speak of. This line will continue to push southeast at 30 to 45 miles an hour until it makes it off the coast this morning, probably looking at 5 to 7 hours. So those of you in East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods, Southeast Texas, even, Central Texas and the coastal plains eventually later this morning, you're going to get rain from this line of storms associated with cool front moving southeast at 35 to 45 miles an hour. Gusty winds, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Couple storms may become severe with gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Not a whole lot of hail. Tornado threat remains very, very low. Not totally zero, but just about. And then we'll be keeping an eye out for any isolated storm development across southeast Texas this morning ahead of this squall line, just in case any of those cells try to spin up. But at this point, even the threat of tornadoes with those looks to be on the very low side. All right, as always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app with the interactive weather radars, your local weather conditions, severe weather coverage if necessary. That being said, since storms are mostly behaving themselves, we'll continue with this every 20 to 30 minute update schedule. We'll do our next cut-in at about, we'll do 12:50 a.m. And again, if something happens, we'll be back sooner. But the only severe storm we're dealing with is this little segment around Athens down towards Cayuga, Crossroads to Fairfield, making its way towards Moore Station, Frankston, Bushy Creek, Tennessee Colony, Montalba, Harmony, and eventually Palestine, whatever you prefer, at 35 to 40 miles an hour with strong wind gusts, heavy rainfall, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll be here keeping an eye on it with you. Until then, we'll see you at 12:50 a.m. I forgot where the button is. I forgot where the button is. I forgot where the button is. It's okay, I found it. All right, good morning. 12:50 on the 5th of October, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. We have one severe thunderstorm warning in the state at this point, and it's going to be for portions of Smith, Rusk, Gregg, and Cherokee counties in northeast Texas, specifically line segment around the city of Tyler. We'll go ahead and zoom on in there in just a minute, but first, leading edge of the squall line extends from near Texarkana down to Tyler to near Mahia, Buffalo and Mahia, to be precise, back west towards Killeen and Morgan's Point. Otherwise, we've got a couple showers ahead of the line across the Brazos Valley. We've got some storms continuing back in the DFW Metroplex, back west towards Abilene with some heavy rain. And then we've still got residual storms southeast of Ozana to now Sonora on Interstate 10. Only severe storm at this point is this one near Tyler. That's going to be for some damaging straight line winds. We'll take a look at it here. We'll switch to the Shreveport radar. The lower the radar beam is, the better, which is why we use the closest radar beam to the storm. You can see we do have some strong winds located over the city of Tyler. The radar is indicating winds of near 55 to 60 miles an hour there on the east side of Tyler. That would be moving east towards New Chapel Hill down Highway 64. And that's why we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Torrential downpours, maybe some pea-sized hail with this, but otherwise the potential for 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds with this thunderstorm located over the city of Tyler, moving east towards New Chapel Hill. Eventually, places like Arp, Overton, to Kilgore could be under the gun for some 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. That's enough to cause some power outages, knock some tree limbs down, all that sort of fun stuff that really no one wants to deal with, but we'll take the rain. The rain we will take for sure. Otherwise, at this point, the remaining portions of the squall line are capable of producing 50-mile-an-hour winds, pea-sized hail, lightning, and quite a bit of heavy rainfall. We'll take a look here at central Texas into the Brazos Valley and see how that looks off the high-res radar. Otherwise, you can see leading edge now moving into Temple, Killeen, gusty winds. We could have some winds approaching 50 to 55 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, small hail, a bunch of cloud-to-ground lightning. Really, we need the rain, so that's okay. And then that stuff near Ozana, south of Sonora, that was under that severe warning that has been allowed to expire. Otherwise, we've got some scattered showers out ahead of the main line of storms across the Brazos Valley. Quick downpour, gusty winds with those, cloud-to-ground lightning. Let's turn everything off. Let's take a look and see if the high-res rapid refresh model has a better idea of what's going on now than it did a few hours ago when we looked and it was off by several hours. Something tells me it's not really going to have a better idea. It really has not performed well over the last several months, but we can take a gander anyway. It doesn't hurt to look. And to do that, we're going to look at the model data for 1 a.m. because we want to see how the model is handling things right now. Because if it's not handling things well, it's not really going to handle things later. It is doing better than it was, that's for sure. It's got a decent handle on where the line of storms is. It's got this stuff ahead of it in the Brazos Valley. So it may be a bit overzealous with the intensity of storms back in North Texas, but you know what? That's okay. So let's do this. Let's take a look at that. We'll make a bit of a 3D tilt. I'm going to do that. There we go. That just lets me get some more city names on here, although that may be a bit excessive in that department, so we'll clean that up just a little bit. There we go. So this is what the HRRR has at 1 a.m. I'll overlay the current radar and then turn the model data off, and you can see it's actually not doing too badly. I mean, it's a weather model, so it's not going to do it's not going to always be 100%, but not bad. So we can actually take a look and see what this model shows over the next few hours. 3 a.m. You can see a line of storms continuing to progress to the southeast. It's being a little ambitious with some of these storms in the Brazos Valley. We're going to have to make sure none of those try to become mini supercells and spin this morning. But otherwise, here's 4 a.m. line of storms. Shreveport down to just pretty much Madisonville, Cameron, Rockdale, 79 down to Round Rock. We'll see if it takes that long for these storms to move south. It might. So 4 to 5 a.m. Here's 6 a.m. storms in Austin, just north of Bexar County there, North San Antonio. Brenham, Conroe, moving into the Houston metro, all the way into the piney woods of East Texas. Some of these storms still a bit on the strong side with small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. Here's 8 a.m. moving through San Antonio, all the way along Interstate 10 into the Houston metro, so between 7 and 8 a.m. it looks like now. Here's 10 a.m., storms moving out onto the upper Texas coast into the Gulf of Mexico, Beaumont to Galveston, back west towards Victoria to Pleasanton, south of San Antonio. Here's noon, storms weakening, but still continuing with the cool front. 2 p.m., isolated to scattered showers and storms out in the Gulf of Mexico, back into the coastal bend, Corpus Christi, back west towards Eagle Pass and the Edwards Plateau. And then here is 4 p.m. You can see moving into the Rio Grande Plains and the Rio Grande Valley. Now we'll go ahead and load the radar loop from 2 a.m. through 4 p.m. Let that play a couple times. And then if we don't have any further matters to talk about, I think we're going to let things go here at 1 a.m. with the expectation that hopefully we will be done with any sort of significant severe weather mischief for the night. Storms will continue moving south. They're going to be loud and proud, but hopefully the overall severe weather threat is waning, and we can just get by with some garden variety storms with 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, some flash flood warnings, maybe an occasional severe thunderstorm warning for a 60 mile an hour wind gust, but hopefully things behave. Otherwise, you can see here we go over the next several hours into early Thursday afternoon. Storms and the cool front will continue to move to the southeast. And they'll be off the upper Texas coast probably by about 11 a.m., making a mockery of the morning rush across Houston, San Antonio, and Austin. Probably some delays both on the roads and at the hubs and airports. I'll actually zoom out so y'all can see the Rio Grande Valley. And storms this afternoon moving into the coastal bend, the Rio Grande Plains, and deep South Texas, along with the lower Texas coast and Rio Grande Valley. So with that being said, you can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We have interactive weather radars, 2 of them, one on the bottom tab where it says radar. Second, if you click more, zoom radar, second radar there. You can get your local weather forecast. It'll let you know how high of a chance of rain you've got over the next several hours and the next 7 days. Let you know temperatures down to your location, stuff we may not necessarily get hyper-local about here on live severe weather coverage or in our daily Texas weather roundups, which I have to record in about 5 hours. Actually, no, about 4 hours. It's quite sad. Otherwise, storm chasing videos, severe weather coverage when necessary, and a bunch of cool other stuff. So give our app a try. Let us know what you think of it. It's free in the Apple app and Google Play stores for your Apple and Android devices. Otherwise, visit us on the web, Texas Storm Chasers. Thank you to all those who have been subscribing to our YouTube channels today. We really appreciate those likes, comments, and subscriptions. Otherwise, without further ado, and hopefully without y'all having to see me again for severe weather coverage for a while, y'all make it a good Thursday morning. We'll be here just in case anything gets going. Otherwise, y'all have a good morning. God bless. We'll chat with y'all on the Texas Weather Roundup here in about 5 hours. Have a good morning. And happy birthday to meteorologist Jason Cooley. It's his big special day.